We are on the record in docket 20-01077. That is the City of Lansing versus Blake Engstrom. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Garrett.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring, Deputy City Attorney on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Thank you, sir. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Blake Anthony Engstrom.
And sir, you are Blake Engstrom, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, Ms. Shatia Duncan is available via Zoom. She is here as the primary witness in this matter. It does seem that we've reached an agreement where we will amend this charge to a breach of the peace. Ms. Duncan has indicated that her restitution in this would be about $400. It's my understanding that the defendant is willing to pay that in exchange for the amended plea. So I think we're going to end out here with a $400 restitution and a breach of the peace.
All right, so this is a breach of the peace, which is a civil infraction.
Yes.
And then we have the restitution for the ticket. Restitution in general is $400. And then to the City of Lansing, the ticket is, I think that's a breach of the peace, 150. So the restitution is to be made to Shaita Duncan. Is that
Shatia?
Shatia. Do we have does the city use a pink sheet for that, or do we just? Yeah, so we'll need a pink sheet for that for the restitution for Ms. Duncan for the file, and that'll be for $400. Mr. Lee, you intend to take responsibility for the civil infraction on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And with that understanding, there'll be a dismissal of the count of the misdemeanor count. That'll be count 1. Is that correct? Yeah.
Correct.
All right, so Mr. Lee, we're talking about conduct which occurred on January 17th, 2020 at the offense location of 2212 Turner, City of Lansing, Ingham County. You are taking responsibility for the civil infraction of breach of the peace. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right. With that, that'll be a $400 in restitution, and a pink sheet is to follow. That would be to Ms. Duncan, and then there'll be a $150 fine to the City of Lansing. And does your client need some time to make that payment?
He would request 90 days, Your Honor.
All right. So September. So for the $150 payment, City of Lansing, it'll be December 23rd. So, Mr. Engstrom, you can set up your own financial system here as long as it's all paid by December 23rd at 4 o'clock. You can pay online, in person, or at the counter. All right, sir?
Okay.
We will await the, or do you have the pink sheet?
No, I'll have to get some information.
All right. We'll await the pink sheet to follow. I've indicated the restitution amount for $400. And then anything else for the record in 20-01077, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing for the defense.
All right, Mr. Engstrom, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, if I could real quick, if I could address Ms. Duncan, I'll let her know to give me a call a little bit later.
All right.
If we can get some information.
All right.
Shatia, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, could you please take down my number here? I'd like you to give me a call this afternoon so that I can fill out this information on the restitution, okay?
Okay.
517 897 3810.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
All right. And then did you want to go on Mr. Weiss?
Let's give out your personal cell
No,
phone.
no, okay. That's fine.
Oh my God.
This one, here, this one.
There it is. Okay.
Is So Mr. Weiss is the other 8:30, correct?
Correct. I have not heard from our witness at this point. But
All right.
I have the opportunity to go ask real quick if she's out there. and
Sure,
then we'll
absolutely.
proceed. Martin will take one more quick sweep.
And Mr. Lee's on that case.
He is on Mr. Weiss.
All right.
Correct, and he's just conveying an offer to Mr. McKinney at this time, and that one will go real fast.
Did you have any pro pers you wanted to call?
Your Honor, yeah, let's go ahead and call Ms. Price at this time,
Mr. Lee. There.
Ms. Andreka Price.
There's Mr. Lee. Right, so this is Ms. Price and then Mr. Weiss.
Correct.
All right, so we're on the record in a docket 24018080. That's people of the state of Michigan. I'm sorry, people of the city of Lansing versus Andreka Price. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Ms. Price.
Andreka Price.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, we had previously adjourned this so that Ms. Price could try to do something to show some progress with some outstanding debt that she has with an insurance carrier. She did contact them. They did give her a final amount. It's quite a bit of money. It's going to take her quite some time to pay that. Her and I did discuss just simply having to plead to the charge of driving while license suspended. But honestly, the more I think about it, this might be one of those situations where we go ahead and plead to the lesser charge of an allowing with a suspended sentence perhaps, and then allow the court to monitor and set something up where she can show some progress and we don't have to go with the driving while license suspended. I don't know how you feel about that, if this is one of the cases you had in mind for that type of thing.
What's the amount? What?
3,300.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
I'm not sure how long, and she acknowledges it's going to take forever, but
Uh,
I didn't want to, I felt like I'd be remiss to her if I didn't at least.
Generally, the idea here is to get the license back. Okay, that's a lot of money, you know. And I don't know even if I don't know if a delayed sentence is going to work for that amount in order to get so the offer of allowing is so it's really up to you.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what we'll do if in this situation, the driving while license suspended does carry a heftier fine. I would be willing at this time to amend this charge to driving unlicensed to go ahead and get some of those costs down.
Did you want some time to think about that now?
No,
All right.
Does that sound okay to you, man?
yes,
All right. All right. So it'll be amended it's on the ticket, right?
Correct.
Because this is on a ticket.
This is
So,
driving while license suspended. There was a speeding here as well, which I think she's already defaulted on.
all right. So this is amend the ticket, and then what is the charge again?
Driving unlicensed.
So a plea to the charge.
Yes, plea to the charge of the amended charge instead of driving while license suspended, which carries the $500 fine, which is the 257-904. We would be looking at the 904A, which I think takes it down to 200.
All right. So that's driving while I just want to make sure I get the notes correct.
Mhm.
It's a driving while licensed suspended under 904.
I think this one's A as opposed to just 904.
And I think this one, I think it's still a 90, it's a 90-day and or.
200 is my understanding.
All right. All right, Miss Price, you understand that you'd be pleading to essentially the same charge, but it's a lesser offense. It's a 90-day and or $200. You understand that, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, let me, so because you're looking at jail time on this misdemeanor plea, I'm gonna walk you through your misdemeanor rights, all right, ma'am? All right, is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Now the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. Have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal any issues that may be otherwise available. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading to driving while unlicensed today. Is it your wish to waive your rights and to plead guilty to driving while unlicensed?
Yes, sir.
All right. You have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to, this was on April 8th, 2024 at the offense location of South Pennsylvania Avenue on Edison in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you driving a motor vehicle on that date?
Yes.
And at that time?
Yes.
And you were pulled over for speeding? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
By the Lansing Police Department?
Yes.
And you were driving without license?
Yes.
All right. I find the facts, Mr. Gehring, anything on the factual basis?
Yeah, nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And any objection to immediate sentencing in this matter?
None, Your Honor.
All right. With the understanding that you've got some fines, so we'll suspend any, so we'll go to immediate sentencing. And there'll be no jail associated with that plea. And we'll do a fine of $100. Cost of $100. We'll waive the crime victim's right fee and the state fee. And so it's that's $200 to Steve Lansing. Do you need some time to make that payment? Because I understand that you've got some financial obligations.
Yes, at least a month.
All right, but let's work in that 90-day pay frame.
Okay.
Just to, okay. So we'll do it 90 days to the city of Lansing. That's the $200 payment. And then give me that same date.
December 23rd.
So it'll be December 23rd to the city of Lansing. And what that allowed you to do is to prioritize where you want to put your money, but it should be all paid. That $200 that should be paid to the city of Lansing by December 23rd. I'll give you some options over the next 90 days to do that. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Anything else for the record in docket 240108, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, Ms. Price. Thank you for your appearance. And did you want to go on Weiss? You call, you let me know.
We haven't been able to locate a witness in that case, Your Honor, so
All right,
we are where we are with that.
all right.
So we want to go.
Of course you do.
Don't blame you.
Of course you do, Mr. Lee. All right, Mr. Weiss, we'll call your case We're on the record in docket 23-03709. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Daniel Weiss. Will the parties introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Daniel Weiss.
And sir, you are Daniel Weiss, sir, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Weiss?
Yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is time set for final pretrial. I'll let Mr. Gehring go forward. It appears that at final pretrial, a witness is missing. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. The victim in this case, LaVonda Anderson, was subpoenaed, but it appears that she has not arrived in time for today's proceeding.
All right, Mr. Lee, do you have a motion today?
Yes, Your Honor. In light of the fact that the prosecutor is unable to proceed, we would ask the court to dismiss this case without prejudice.
Based on Mr. Lee's and the defendant's motion to dismiss, I will dismiss without prejudice. I have a nollie being printed to that effect. Mr. Weiss, what this means is that this is a dismissal without prejudice, which means the city could reissue if they choose to, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir?
Thank you.
All right. I'm signing the order. I'm signing the nollie pros or order of acquittal. Anything else for the record in docket 23-03709, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Weiss, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Who's next, Mr. Gehring?
I think we can go on Jerry McKinney, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01699. That is the city of Lansing versus Jerry McKinney. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jerry McKinney.
And sir, you are Jerry McKinney, is that correct?
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how would you proceed?
Your Honor, I think we have reached an agreement in this case where we will amend the OUIL charge to an impaired, and the defendant will plead to that charge.
Okay, so it'd be operating while impaired. That's a 93 day, 93 day.
93 days, $300.
And with a successful plea and sentencing to the greater charge, the amended count 1 is to be dismissed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lee, may I inquire of Mr. McKinney of his misdemeanor advice of rights concerning?
Yes, sir.
that? All right. So, Mr. McKinney, you'd be pleading guilty, it's my understanding, to operating while impaired, which is a lesser offense. That's a 93-day misdemeanor and or $300. With a successful plea and sentence to that offense, the count 1, which is the greater operating an unlockable blood alcohol level, would be dismissed. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I have the following, you have the following rights in this misdemeanor matter, and I'm going to walk you through each one of those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent till proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim. The plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record. or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You're also giving up the right to appeal anything from a trial since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the impaired charge instead. Is it your wish today to waive your rights to the jury trial, any rights you have, and to plead guilty to operating while impaired?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I'm going to bring your attention back to the offense location or the date of June 2nd, 2024 at South Cedar Street, East Mount Hope Avenue in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. Were you operating a motor vehicle on that date at that time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. And were you operating the motor vehicle on South Cedar Street in an area that's open to the general public?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at the time you were operating the motor vehicle, did you learn later or afterwards that your ability to operate the motor vehicle was impaired by the amount of alcohol you drank?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And I'm going to refer this to probation for assessment since statutorily I have to. Okay. So if you go to the 5th floor, down to the 5th floor, that's where the probation department is. And they'll set an appointment. What they're going to do is they're going to put together a report for me, and then we'll see what options are available to us at sentencing.
Yes,
Okay. All right. So I'm referring to probation, and we'll set for sentencing for
November 19th at 1:30.
19th at 1:30. Anything else for the record in 2401-699, Mr. Garing?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McKinney, we'll see you on that November 19th date, okay? Thank you. Oh, I probably should let that iPhone in.
Your Honor, we have I have an impro per to speak with, and Mr. Lee has a couple of folks to speak with.
All
if we
right.
Have a moment.
All right, let me identify the iPhone first and then.
Greg,
On the iPhone, could you please unmute and identify yourself?
Yep, give me 1 second. Oh,
What's your
shoot.
name, ma'am?
Antoinette Lopez,
Oh, Antoinette Lopez, you're here for your 9:30?
sir.
All right. Now, so we'll call your case eventually. We have some cases in front of you. You may want to mute because the courtroom can hear anything that's said on your behalf from your location. Okay.
Okay,
All right. Thank you.
you're welcome.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
All right. I'll relay the message.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so we're on the record in dockets 2402-048 and the accompanying ticket of 24 L2857677672. That is the City of Lansing versus Jaquarius Threadgill. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring, appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And sir, you are Jaquarius Threadgill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Threadgill, and he has agreed that we will amend the driving while license suspended to a failure to display ops. He will plead guilty to both that and the failure to obey stop sign civil infraction.
And the fail to display ops is that's a 92 day, I think. or-
I have 90
Okay, that sounds right. 90 day
and $100.
or $100. Right, so Mr. Threadgill, it's my understanding you'll be pleading guilty to the fail to display an ops, which is punishable by 90 days and or $100, and the civil infraction of failing to disobeying a stop sign. With that, the count one of the driving while license suspended is to be dismissed upon successful plea and sentence on this file. Is that your understanding, sir?
Yes, sir.
Well, if we're amending it, it doesn't matter, but, all right. So I'm gonna walk you through some rights, Mr. Threadgill, some of your jury trial rights concerning this matter, all right, sir? Is that a yes?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you, to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record today, all right? Or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal any issues. Since we won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading guilty to the lesser offense of fail to display the ops?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, a failure to display your operator's license. Is it your wish today to waive those jury trial rights and plead guilty to the lesser misdemeanor of failure to display the operator's license? All right. And if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back, sir, to July 6, 2024, at the offense location of Kurt at or near Northrop in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Kurt and Northrop in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, in an area that was open to the general public?
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, were you stopped, and did you fail to display your license to the Lansing Police Department?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're also admitting responsibility for failing to display a stop sign. Is that correct, Mr. Gehring?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. At that time, on that date, at that time, do you admit responsibility to failing to disobey or failing to stop at a stop sign?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Right, I find that the factual basis for the misdemeanor and the admission of responsibility to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Mr. Gehring, what was your preference on immediate sentencing?
I will leave that to your discretion, Your
All
Honor.
right. All right, so Mr. Threadgill, do you want to go to immediate sentencing, or do you want the court to look at some of your criminal history?
I'll do immediate sentence.
All right, thank you. we will go to immediate sentencing on the civil infraction and the car misdemeanor infraction. So there'll be a no jail sentence. Fines of $50, cost of $50 for $100 fine and cost. Crime victims' rights fee of $75, state fee of $50, for a grand total of $225 on the driving while license, on the failure to display the ops. And then what is the 135? Okay. And on the following display stop sign, civil infraction. There's an admission of responsibility. That'll be $135 to the city of Lansing. So it's $135 to the city of Lansing and $225 to the city of Lansing. So that's $360. My math is correct. $360. And so that $360 payment altogether, do you need some time to make that payment?
Yes, sir.
About how much time do you need?
Just I don't know, like so much, couple months.
All right. Would 90 days suffice? That's 3 months.
Possibly could.
All right. Well, let's start there, okay? And what that allow you to do is make your own financial payment plan.
I was gonna say, I'll probably set up a payment plan.
Yeah, exactly. And you can do it over the next 90 days at your own. So as long as I give you the date, it's all paid by that date. All right. All right. So let's get the same date. Okay. So it'd be December 23rd. December 23rd will be the date for the $135 payment to the city of Lansing for the civil infraction. And then December 23rd will be the date for the city of Lansing payment on the misdemeanor for the $225. And then you can set up a payment plan and pay as you go. As long as it's all paid by December 23rd. All right, sir? All right. So that's a grand total of $360. We placed it, that's a part of a $135 for the civil infraction and $225 for the misdemeanor plea. Anything else for the record in docket 2402-048 or the accompanying ticket, Mr. Guerin?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Threadgill, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance
Thank
today.
you, sir.
And then, sir, while Mr. Lee is still talking, I think I can speak with Mr. Young.
All right, I think there's some other. So there's also Mr. Smith on Zoom.
Genesee Road.
Mr. Smith, what case are you here on?
Your Honor, we're here for 24-04645 LT, Shania Jones and Edge at 1010.
All right, and so you're here for Edge at 1010?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So then I don't see Miss Jones here, but we'll give her 15 minutes, all right?
Understood.
All right, thank you.
They kicked me out of work. Why did they do that? Hmm, that's shocking. Oh no, I like listening to the other things that are going on in the meantime.
Miss Ellert, the courtroom can hear you, so you may want to mute.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank
All right,
you.
thank you. On Shania's iPhone, can you unmute and identify yourself? Your name, ma'am?
Shania Jones.
Shania Jones. All right, and you're here for your 10 o'clock in this matter?
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Smith, let's go ahead and call that case. Since we do have so we're on the record in docket 24044645. That is Edgett 1010 versus Shania Jones. Will the parties please introduce their appearance for the record, Mr. Smith?
Roger Smith, attorney for the plaintiff, Edgett 1010.
All right, and ma'am, you are Shania Jones, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. This is time set for a second hearing in a landlord-tenant pretrial. And this was initially set on September 4th because Ms. Jones failed to appear at the original landlord-tenant pretrial. Because of service, we set it for second hearing on that date. It appears Ms. Jones has made an appearance today. Ms. Jones, do you have an explanation as to why you were not at the first pretrial?
Yeah, I was in the hospital. I had just had my baby.
All right, and you can confirm that with some medical documentation, ma'am?
Yeah, I can show you it right now if you want to.
No, that's well, Mr. Smith. I know Miss Jones has not had a pretrial in the matter, in this matter. So let's see if we can find a place to put it in a pretrial that doesn't extend the life of the case. All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we have set this a couple of weeks out in order to kind of expedite this after the second hearing. And we've set this for October 9th at 8:30. That allows us to give proper notice in the mail to Miss Jones. That'll give us, so Miss Jones, you'll get an appearance on October 9th at 8:30. You'll get that sent to you at your last known address, and we'll reset it. And at that time, we'll have a pretrial on the matter, and then I can give you the opportunity to speak with Mr. Smith after you see the video and the advice of rights video. That'll cover every basis for everyone. We were going to set it for October 2nd, but I don't know if that'll suffice for getting notice sent to all the parties. So we'll make sure we got set notice since we've already had a fail to appear. Ms. Jones, at that pretrial, you can attend by Zoom, but you should have some type of documentation ready to indicate why you failed to appear at the previous meeting, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So
Is that a yes, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, so it's set for October 9th at 8:30. Do you have that date, Mr. Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record on docket 24044645? We'll reset it for pretrial and we've reset it as soon as possible.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Jones, you should get notice sent for that October 9th date at 8:30. Okay, sir? Okay, ma'am?
Okay.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I should put it. No, I don't know. I didn't know. Sometimes I know if I got the date. Sometimes I don't know if I got the date. Sometimes I'm just making up the date. As you know, I've done that.
I heard you say
All right, Mr. Gehring, do you have anything you'd like to put on the record?
We're discussing one right now, Your
All
Honor,
right.
just sort of catching up on making sure we got the details correct.
That's why we set it for second hearing, because this thing is. Yeah, they live in it. She was older than me.
Your Honor, I don't see my attorney.
Ma'am, what's your name in post one?
My name is Anna Jones and I don't see my attorney.
All right, your attorney's here. What's your name again, ma'am?
Anna Jones.
Right, ma'am, your attorney is here. He's handling some other cases. Even if you want to meet with him, we'll place you in a breakout room prior to that. But he is here and handling some other cases. So just so you'll be next in line. All right, ma'am.
Ma'am, I would like to meet with my attorney if that's okay. This looks like a trial. I didn't ask for no trial.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 20-02445. That is City of Lansing versus Kiera Ivy. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Kiera Ivy.
And ma'am, you are Kiera Ivy, is that correct? All right, thank you. This time set for a pretrial on the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we going forward?
Your Honor, I think at this point, we're going to request a 30-day adjournment just to see if we can get some compliance matters in order, then come back in front of you with some things settled.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
So we'll reset after 30 days for the adjournment.
October 22nd.
October 22nd at 9 a.m. So Ms. Ivy, we've reset this for October 22nd at 9 a.m. Please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Lee, and provide him with any information that he may need to advance to the city attorney. And we've reset it for October 22nd at 9 o'clock. You'll get notice from my court officer. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
Anything else for the record in 20-02445, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, you should be all set on that file. Where did you want to go next, Mr. Gehring?
We're ready to go on the Buford matter, Your Honor, 01907.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01907. That is the City of Lansing versus Nicosi Buford. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Nicosi Buford.
And sir, you are Nicosi Buford, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial on the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we have agreed to amend the charge to an OWI in this matter, which I understand the defendant will plead to.
Okay, so it's amended to operating while impaired. The OWI offense, that is a 93-day and or $200?
$500.
$500.
We're taking it from the 0.17 to the 0.08. So
Yeah, so not impaired, Your Honor, operating while
intoxicated, not, yeah, we don't want to confuse it with impaired offense.
All right, that was my mistake. Operating while intoxicated, 93-day offense and the $500 fine. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And then with a successful plea and sentencing to that greater charge, the greater charge will be dismissed as to the operating while intoxicated. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
A U-ball offense, I think is what we're. Oh, this is this is the 0.17.
That's,
I
yeah,
got
we're
it.
starting with
I
a
got
0.17.
Okay. So we'll amend the count one to read the operating while intoxicated, traditional operating while intoxicated, which is as indicated, punishable by 93 days and or $500. Is that your understanding, Mr. Buford?
Yes.
All right. Council may inquire of your client of his advice and misdemeanor rights on the matter.
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so Mr. Buford, you have the following misdemeanor trial rights, and I'm going to walk you through those. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you won't be pleading guilty, since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the traditional operating while intoxicated, punishable by 93 days under $500. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. Is it your wish today to waive your right to all your jury trial rights and to plead guilty to the operating while intoxicated charge?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
Going to bring your attention back, sir, to November 11th, 2023 at the offense location of North Lark Street at East Shiawassee in the city of Lansing, Ingham County, state of Michigan. Were you operating a motor vehicle on North Lark Street on November 11th in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
And at that time, or later, did you learn that you had a blood alcohol level of over 0.08, or that your driving was substantially or materially affected by the amount of alcohol you've taken?
Yes.
Mr. Lee, which would you prefer on that?
I'm sorry, the choice was?
It's the over the traditional drunk driving over the 0.08 drunk, it'd be over 0.08, or substantially material effect of driving by drinking alcohol, whichever.
Over 0.08.
Okay. So you later learned that your blood alcohol level at the time was over 0.08.
Yes.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made, and we will we'll refer to probation for assessment. So go down to the 5th floor, and what they're going to do is they're going to have a meeting with you, and they're going to set up an assessment. So you'll have an alcohol assessment pursuant to statute, and then they'll do a report for me, and we'll see what options are available to us at sentencing. And the sentencing date is set for
November 19th at 1:30.
November 19th at 1:30. Right, anything else on docket 2401-907, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Buford, you're all set. We'll see you on September 19th. September 19th, is that right? November 19th. Can't read my writing. November 19th at 1:30, and you should go down to probation at this time. All right, sir?
All right.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Gehring.
We're looking at Riley Elkins, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24020017 and the accompanying ticket of 24L2877771. That is City of Lansing versus Riley Elkins. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Riley Elkins.
And ma'am, you are Riley Elkins, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
Your Honor, this was a matter involving improper lane use as well as a no insurance. Ms. Elkins showed up to court today demonstrating that she had her insurance situation taken care of. The city is willing to drop that matter, and she agrees to plead to the improper lane use civil infraction.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
So the admission of responsibility will be to the improper lane. And you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client, Mr. Lee.
Yes, Your Honor.
And what is that fine for that? Is that a 135?
I have 135, Your Honor.
Right.
My client will accept responsibility and will pay the fine today.
All right. Okay. Oh, all right. So this is for conduct which occurred for the improper lane use or the allegation on July 2nd, 2024, and ticket L287777. And you admit responsibility that your client was operating improperly or improper lane use at Pennsylvania on Baker Street on that date and time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So with that, there's a $135 fine to the city of Lansing. I don't know if there's any points associated with improper lane use.
There-
0 points.
No, that may not be true, Your Honor. I believe there is 2. Looking at another case when I spoke too soon there.
That'll be abstracted to the Secretary of State.
Mhm.
So
And it's
that's
2 points.
that's okay. And you indicated your client could pay the $135 for today. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'm gonna make it till the end of the week just so to give our computers some time to make sure everything's in there. All right, so we'll set it for payment to be made to the city of Lansing. By September 27th. And you can pay that today. Anything else for the record in docket 2402-017, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Elkins, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance. On the cell phone PCD P63L, could you please identify yourself? You'll have to unmute. What's your name?
Latoya Hill.
Ms. Hill, you're here for your 10:30?
I think
that
so.
correct?
Yeah, 10:30.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, stand by. You're in the right place. I'm gonna rename you so we have your correct name, and then you can talk to your attorney before the hearing if you need to. Okay.
Okay.
Latoya Hill.
Yeah. Get my credit. Miss Heyman. Miss Heyman. Trying to stay woke down here. Here we go. No. They went to find my attorney. Oh. Mr. Gerard. Mr. Gerard. Miss D. if they want to go find a lawyer, that would be nice. Sleepy.
Why is they study showing this?
This is some bullshit. I am truly not trying to fall asleep in court. That is so rude. But I'm about to be sleeping in a minute. I take meds. I'm about to be sleeping. And they gonna buy my action contempt. It's Amy.
I don't know. I'm just in like a generic courtroom thing. My ticket, traffic ticket.
Is he ready? I don't see him. He ready?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello,
Yes.
I've been waiting to go to court for 10:30.
I'm waiting to go to court too. I don't know who you are.
Latoya Hill.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, you waiting for Anna Jones?
I'm waiting for a traffic ticket court.
Traffic ticket.
Oh,
That's what I got a ticket. I supposed to been on here. I've been on here since 10:30.
I'm waiting. My hearing is at 11.
No, I've been waiting since 10:30 to see Tony Flores or something. He knew I was here because he talked to me.
I haven't talked to anybody. I'm waiting to see Flores too.
So what do we do? Just wait?
I guess.
That's
I've
why
been here since 10 o'clock. Trust me.
yeah, I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
No, it looks like there's a bunch of people in here.
Waiting for Zoom court?
Looks like it.
Oh, so he running behind?
I have no idea. I know the same thing you know.
Oh Lord, and I've been working since 11 o'clock last night. I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna fell asleep.
We don't know where the judge is. She's been waiting since 10:30.
where my attorney go to? Leaving my bed's kicking back in. I'm getting tired. I think he just waiting on the judge.
I hope they come on do something, Lord Jesus.
I know. My attorney said he had to talk to somebody. Judge is back.
person ID on Zoom is JB. Please identify yourself. The person with the ID of JB, please identify yourself.
Justin Bledden.
Okay, thank you.
Here we go. Okay. I'm gonna read something. Feel like I'm tired.
On the record in docket 22L27643111 and 24L2674312. That's people the city of Lansing versus Ulysses Bramlett. And sir, you are Ulysses Bramlett, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. This is a show cause hearing. I have an outstanding balance was due on one file, the 312 file on the expired plate for $174. And then there is a balance of $180 on the 4311 case. Did you need some additional time to make those payments to the city of Lansing?
Yes, I do.
All right.
I've been off work for, I don't know, about 3 years now. Eye problems on the eye care. I just got back, going back to work.
All right. So the total is $354. So let's put this out for your appearance today. We'll cancel any show cause warrant. Put this out about 90 days. All right. That's 90 days would give you opportunity to make payments on your own, to set up your own payment plan with the city of Lansing. And then if we put it out that way, it would all have to be paid by that 90-day date. I think we're like December 23rd. I think we're in that realm. But that should give you some time to get your finances together and then to set your own plan. All right. All right. So we'll set City of Lansing payment for December 23rd. That'll be for the, so I've got 174 and 180.
I show another outstanding ticket that wasn't scheduled with this, so I
Okay.
was just taking.
So let's put them all together. So there's nothing, yeah.
So if the other ticket probably took out
Let's put it for that same date. So there's another ticket.
Yeah.
That a third ticket. We're just going to put them all on the same date, and that way you won't have another show cause on it, and then we can put it out so that you can take care of that with the other two tickets.
Okay.
All right. So we'll set it for December 23rd, and that's a balance of 174. And then we'll set it for December 23rd on the other ticket. December 23rd. And that's a balance of 180. So you avoid, so there won't be a warrant for you as long as you take care of the obligation and you've taken care of any. I'll make sure there's not a warrant for your show cause today, and then you can set up your own plan as you pay it. You can pay it at the counter, online, or on phone.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
There will only be a show cause issued after the fact, after that December 23rd date, if those obligations aren't met. Okay, sir.
okay.
All right. Anything else?
I could be in touch.
All right.
Any other issues?
All right. Anything else on the record, or do you have any questions of me, Mr. Bramlett?
No.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yep, to that counter up there.
JB was Glenn. This is the one that we don't expect, right?
Yes.
Let me take a closer look at this. We'll put Glenn. Mr. Gehring, did you have anything, or we have a couple of show causes we can call?
And I've got a couple of pro pers that we
Okay.
can handle as well.
Let's do the pro person and we'll call the show causes.
Okay,
What would you like to go on, sir?
let's start with Mr. Randolph Schaub, 03518.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22-03-518. That is the City of Lansing versus Randolph Schaub. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
And sir, you are Randolph Schaub, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Schaub, you are not represented by counsel today, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I did have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Schaub. He understands the seriousness of the trespassing in a reg-tagged house. We will not be amending the charge. However, we have agreed that we will undertake a Killebrew agreement to no upfront jail in exchange for him pleading guilty to the misdemeanor offense.
Okay, so it's the pleadus charge and then the Killebrew of no upfront jail. And better write that out because they won't know that. And what are the fines and costs associated with the trespass and the potential for jail?
$500 and 90 days.
All right, so it's, Mr. Schaub, it's my understanding you'll be pleading as charged to the count of, which is a trespassing in a red tag property. The potential for is 90 days in jail and or $500. There's an agreement that you've made along with Mr. Gehring that you receive no upfront jail in this matter. And if I don't follow that agreement, you can withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir?
I understand.
All right. You have the following rights in this trial, and I will read you those rights, walk you through those. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent or proven guilty, have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial and question any witnesses that are brought against you, to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial because you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to trespass in a red tag property, which is count 1 of the case. Is it your intent today and your wish to plead guilty to trespass in a red tag property?
Yes, sir.
All right. If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, I'm going to bring your attention back to December 15th of 2022 at the offense location of Shepherd and Perkins in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you present on that date at that time?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did you trespass in a red tag property that you knew was red tag?
Yes, sir.
And you knew you didn't have permission to go on that property?
Yes, sir.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Any objection to immediate sentencing in this matter?
None for me. Your Honor.
Okay, so I will follow the Killebrew agreement with no upfront jail. No upfront jail. And we'll set fines and costs. We'll set fines and costs at $50 fine and $50 cost. I'll waive the crime victim's rights and the state fee. So it'll be $100 to the city of Lansing for that misdemeanor count. Is there any, do you need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
If I could, please.
All right, so we'll do the 90-day date for the $100 for $100 payment. The city of Lansing. And that will be, if I am correct, December 23rd. December 23rd. So it'll be $100 to the city of Lansing for by December 23rd. And if you're able to make that, you kind of set your own pace on that. But if you're able to make it pre the December 23rd date, it's all due by that December 23rd date. If not, then you get in that show cause cycle, and that's, kind of a vicious cycle to get into. Anything else for the record in 2203518, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Schaub, do you have any questions?
I do not.
You're all set. Thank you for your
Thank
patience.
you. You have a good day.
You too.
We would also be ready to go on Christopher Witt, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401899. That is the City of Lansing versus Christopher Witt. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
And sir, you are Christopher Witt, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, we did have an adjournment in this matter back on July 30th in order for Mr. Witt to obtain a substance abuse assessment. There was also unfortunately a failure to appear on August 27th. I've spoken to Mr. Witt. He's been unable to accomplish the SAA. So at this point, it is the city's position that he will need to plead to the charge of OWI, which is 93 days, $500 and 6 points with a 30-day suspension. That is the position we have at this point. I know that Mr. Witt would wish to make a statement for you with respect to his defense.
All right, Mr. Witt.
Yes, Your Honor. I was wondering if I could get a little bit more time to complete that SSA. I have been going through an appeal process for trying to get an attorney, and it has not been going very well. I've been on the phone with multiple attorneys trying to get, I think it's called retaining orders, and I haven't been able to get one. I've also been working a lot of hours for work, and I was just wondering if I could get more time to complete that. I know I've had.
Well, we have one compliance, and you're not represented by counsel. That's fair. So I'm gonna be I'm gonna be a little bit more lenient, but you should talk to somebody about, because the offer right now it has the potential for jail time. 90 days and or $100 for the drunk driving offense. And so you should at least have time to consider that offense is valid. I know are you getting an attorney in regards to this file, or are you getting an attorney in regards to the license implications?
To this file.
All right. Well, let's set it for final pretrial. Okay. That'll give you some time, and we'll set it out a little bit, give you some time to talk to a lawyer, maybe reapply to the public defender's office if that's necessary. I don't know, because if you're working a lot of hours, chances are you're going to make over their lower income level. So you might end up retaining an attorney, but you should talk to someone concerning all of the rights, because there's a potential for jail time in this. All right. So let's set for final pretrial, and we won't set for jury trial, but we'll set for final pretrial, and let's set it 30 days out, so that you have time to at least talk to somebody about all this, because you know what the offer is now. You know what they're looking at, and so you might want to talk to somebody to make sure. So it's set for final pretrial on October 22nd at 8:30. I'm going to indicate that you're not represented at this time, but you may be seeking representation. That'll give you some time to talk to somebody, or at least get everything organized, and to talk to somebody about the nature of the charge, because it is a 93-day offense, 93 days in jail and or $500 for that count one of drunk driving. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So you should have gotten notice for that October 22nd date. Anything else for the record in 2401-899, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Witt, we'll see you on October 22nd. And on that day, either we'll take a plea or we'll set it for jury trial, okay?
Okay. Is it possible to still complete that SSA?
It is. During that time period, yeah, if you've got 30 days to get a lawyer and to complete the SSA.
Okay.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Try to give them a call. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other?
That's it for my pro.
All right, we've got a show cause to do. And then just let me know when you're ready on the.
I will try to find
All
him.
right. And that's Mr. Bledden. Is that right? All right, Mr. Bledden, we'll call your case. You can unmute. Justin Bledden, you can unmute.
Can you hear me?
I can, thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-283-8781 and 8782. This is a show cause concerning two outstanding balances to the city of Lansing. And sir, you are Justin Bledden, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. This is time set for a show cause hearing as previously indicated. I have two balances set, a balance of $294 to the city of Lansing and a balance of $160 to the city of Lansing. Do you need some time to make those payments to the city of Lansing to avoid a show cause or further show cause in this matter?
I don't believe that I am guilty for one of those charges, the traffic light.
I think that ship has passed, Mr. Bledden. I think that because I have, once it goes to show cause, that means that it's been defaulted.
Okay.
So you'd have to get a lawyer to set some type of verdict aside. I think. Let me check the computer to see.
It looks like here.
In front of whom?
Magistrate, no.
So it looks like you had a hearing on the traffic signal device, and the magistrate found you responsible for that balance. So I can't do anything else for you on the balance for the traffic signal hearing. And then the handheld wireless device, was that also a hearing or? Right, that's a default for not answering the ticket. So those are your outstanding balances right now.
Okay,
are
so
294 and 160. Do you need some time to make those payments?
if I could have some time, yes, please.
All right. I think altogether, the city of Lansing, it's $454 on both tickets. The city of Lansing, I'll give you 90 days or 3 months.
Okay.
3 months to the city of Lansing. For the balance of $294 on docket 24L28-38782. And then 90 days for docket 24L28-38781. And that will also be on December 23rd. December 23rd. December 23rd. So if you're able to, over the next 90 days, to make your own payment plan, as long as it's all paid by that December 23rd date, that should keep you out of the show cause cycle. If you don't make a payment, you'll just get caught in the show cause cycle, and then you'll have to come to court and explain why we're doing what we're doing. And then if you don't come to court, we'll issue a bench warrant for you. So you kind of want to stay out of that cycle. All right, sir? All right. Do you have any questions of me, Mr. Bledden?
Who do I contact to set payment?
You can make payment to the city of Lansing concerning both tickets. You can make payment at the counter, online, or on phone.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. All right. That's all for the record on both of those files, 24L283-8781 or 782. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Bledden.
Thank you.
So on the record in docket 21 L26199991, that is the City of Lansing versus Donzel Abraham. This is set for show cause at 11 o'clock. I do not see a Donzel Abram in the Zoom courtroom. Is there a Donzel Abram in the physical courtroom? And there's nobody by that name in the hallway. It would appear that Donzel Abram has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. This is set for a balance on a balance for an outstanding ticket. If the defendants fail to appear, a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued for the failure to appear.
Excuse me, Judge.
Ms. Hill?
Yeah, did I miss my spot?
No, you didn't. We're going on another case. So
Okay.
we're waiting. So Ms. Hill, you're probably waiting to talk to the public defender.
Okay, I just was making sure.
Right.
I'm like, I've been sitting here. I don't know if I missed it or not.
No, you're on. You're where you're supposed to be. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Excuse me, too, Judge. Also, yeah, I've been here since 10 o'clock. I was if I messed mine too, or also.
Mr. Zavala, you may want to mute. We can hear everything you're saying.
Okay, now I was wondering if I missed my date or not, so I'm sorry.
You still might want to mute. Thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22 L2756521. That is the City of Lansing versus Monteith Charlie. And I do not see a Monteith Charlie in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody answering to Monteith Charlie in the physical courtroom. So it appears that Monteith Charlie has failed to appear for the show cause on a balance on an outstanding ticket. This is scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:37. And it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear. So bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued. And that's all for the record in docket 22 L2 756 521. Let's go, Mr. Golfardo. Right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00986. That is the City of Lansing versus Ricardo Guajardo. This was set for show cause hearing at 11 o'clock on an outstanding balance. It is now 11:38. I do not see a Ricardo Guajardo in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody answering that in the physical courtroom. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause, and a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued. That's all for the record in 24-00986. That was on an outstanding balance ticket. It's not showing. Mr. Ward's got other fish to fry.
I was just about to ask you. I don't know what he's doing.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2835-821, 24L2835-822. That is the City of Lansing versus Jacob Perez Kane. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? This is set for show cause hearing at 11 o'clock. It is now 11:40. I do not see a Jacob Perez Kane in the Zoom courtroom. I do not see a Jacob Perez Kane in the actual physical courtroom. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for show cause. And a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued for the fail to appear. That is on 24L285835-822 and 24L2835-821.
Judge, did you guys forget about Jones?
Ms. Jones, your public defender's in another meeting right now. He'll be with you in just a second. He's kind of back.
Okay. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Yeah.
That is the City of Lansing versus David Word. Will the parties please, this is time set for a show cause hearing. It's set for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:41. And it would appear, I do not see a David Word in the Zoom courtroom. I do not see a David Word in the physical courtroom. There was another hearing yesterday Mr. Word was supposed to be at and was not at another hearing yesterday. So at this time, I'm going to issue a defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing concerning the outstanding debt to the City of Lansing. And for that failure to appear, a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued. That is all for the record in 23-03376 City of Lansing versus David. Is that Perez?
We were gonna deal with the file on Anna Jones, Your Honor.
Anna Jones.
Ends in 1513.
All right, Miss Jones, and Miss Jones is in post 1.
Correct.
It's Terry Jones. All right, Ms. Jones, we're ready to call your case. We're on the record in docket 24-01513. That is the City of Lansing versus Anna Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Garing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gearing on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Anna Jones.
And ma'am, you are Anna Jones, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial on the matter. Mr. Garing, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we've reached an agreement to amend this charge to a breach of the peace civil infraction.
So you're amending to a civil infraction for breach of the peace?
Correct.
And that comes with the 100, what is it, 150? 150 fine. And is that your understanding, Ms. Jones? You'll be admitting responsibility through your lawyer to a civil infraction of breach of the peace with a $150 fine. Is that your understanding, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And that's your understanding, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So this is just to make sure we're working from the same tickets. This is for conduct that occurred on May 8th, 2024 at Chestnut Street in Hillsdale, on West Hillsdale, in the city of Lansing, Union County. Do you accept responsibility for your client being in breach of the peace on that date?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With that, the court will order a $150 fine for the civil infraction. Does your client need some time to make that payment?
60 days, Your Honor.
60 days. So we'll do 60 days now. November 24th at for the $150 fine of the city of Lansing.
I'm sorry.
November 25th. Yeah. So November 25th is that Monday. Okay. November 25th to $150 the city of Lansing. So, Ms. Jones, you can, I know you're currently incarcerated probably on another matter.
Yes.
All right. You'll have till the end of November, November 25th, to make that payment to the city of Lansing, and that'll keep you out of the show cause cycle. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2401-513, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Jones, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Who did you want to call next, Mr.
We can
Gehring?
go with Shane Simmons, Your Honor. 7-7 and 7-8.
I'm gonna move. We have all those Rodney cases. I'm gonna move those aside. Right. So we're on the record in docket 2401-777 and 2401-778. That is the city of Lansing versus Shane Simmons. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Shane Simmons.
And sir, you are Shane Simmons, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
At this time, Your Honor, I will defer to Mr. Lee to make a request.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, we are going to request an adjournment. Mr. Simmons had an issue in Eaton County that was preventing him from getting his license. He resolved that. However, when he went back to the Secretary of State, they advised him that their records still showed that he had a matter here in Ingham County. He is in the process of getting that resolved, believes that the matter, he's already spoke to the clerk, and believes that the case has been closed, but there is some outstanding money. So he's going to follow back up with the clerk, get that paid, and go back to the Secretary of State and hopefully be able to resolve this license issue. So we would need an adjournment of at least 2 to 4 weeks.
And what's the case set at? 63. All right, so I can give you, because of the date of the case, and we've adjourned this twice for compliance purposes, but I think 30 days. I think we can do 30 days. All right. So we'll adjourn for compliance purposes. And we'll get a date over 30 days out. 9:30. So we'll adjourn to October 22nd at 9:30. All right, so Mr. Simmons, we've adjourned to October 22nd at 9:30 for compliance purposes. That's probably the last adjournment. I can't give any more adjournments on that file. So whatever you get, contact Mr. Lee in advance, forward to that, and we'll have more information at that time. All right, sir?
Okay, I appreciate your patience, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else for the record in 2401-777 or 778, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're all set.
And we can also do Miss Bird, Your Honor, Crystal Bird.
Miss Bird.
The last one, talking about discussing. So we're gonna try to get to ask him.
The Jason Bird or Crystal?
Crystal Bird, Your Honor.
Crystal Bird, Terry, Rodney. Let me make sure I've got. I'm so busy placing it here with Crystal Bird. Okay. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-439. And the accompanying ticket of 24L288531. That is the City of Lansing versus Crystal Bird. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Crystal Bird.
And ma'am, you are Crystal Bird, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Miss Bird?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we're going to be asking for an adjournment at this point for compliance purposes.
Adjournment. And this is the first request.
I believe so.
And that'll be on both matters. Is that correct? Is that fair?
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's an accompanying ticket.
Correct.
And how much time are we looking for the adjournment for compliance?
I think 30 days would be sufficient,
right.
Your Honor.
So we'll set it 30 days out at
October 22nd at 9:30.
9:30. All right, so Ms. Bird, this has been adjourned to October 22nd at 9:30. You should receive notice at that Mandel Street address. Is that still a good address for you, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. And any paperwork that comes out of the adjournment, make sure that Mr. Lee has access to it so we can forward it to the city attorney. Okay, okay, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2402-439?
Sir, I'm sorry.
Anything else for the
I do
record?
have a question for you.
Go ahead, Ms. Bird.
Since I am released on my own recognizance, I wanted to ask if it would be okay if I went to Louisiana October 10th through 14th.
So it's an out-of-state request?
Yes, sir.
I don't see any conditions of bond on this. Do we have it? Let me check just to have an arraignment, but I don't have any conditions placed on the PR. All right, it's a traffic offense, so at this time, whoever arraigned you did not place any bond conditions, so I don't think that should be an issue. All right, ma'am?
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, we'll see you back here on October 22nd. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Let's go ahead and call Mr. Rodney. I don't think he's here, and we got a bunch of files. As Megan will tell you, because she did all of them. But let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go ahead and call that just to move that. So it's Mr. Rodney. That I don't think you've seen him yet, Mr. Lee, because he's failed to appear.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that it was set for 10 o'clock, but that'll just take the files out of the way.
Sure.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-086, 2400-964, 2401-687, 2402-301, 2402-464, 2402-485, 2402-513, and 2402-681. That's City of Lansing versus Terry Rodney. I have the public defender is on every file except 2402-681. Appearances for the record, Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Terry Rodney.
All right. This was set for 10 o'clock today. I'm gonna have to catch up with my notes on this, but it was set for 10 o'clock. It is now 11:57. And I do not see a Terry Rodney in the Zoom courtroom.
I believe his name is Rodney.
Rodney Lee Terry. I do not see a Rodney Lee Terry in the Zoom courtroom. Is there a Rodney Lee Terry in the physical courtroom? And Mr. Lee, you've not been approached by any Rodney Lee Terry.
I have not. Your
All right.
Honor.
It would appear that Rodney Lee Terry has failed to appear for the 8 files scheduled for today. I have 2 previous failed to appears on at least one of the files. I haven't looked at the other files, but there's a failed to appear on 24-00964. There's a failed to appear on, there's 2 failed to appears on 01687. There's a failed to appear on 02301. There's a fail to appear on 24-02464. There's a fail to appear on 24-02485. I do not have a fail to appear on 022513. I do not have a fail to appear on 02681. What is the request of the city at this time?
Best we can do, Your Honor, is another bench warrant.
Okay, so we'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the fail to appear. This has been an ongoing problem with Mr. Terry, but just to get him here.
Yeah.
So I'll issue that in regard to all 8 files, bench warrant and bond forfeiture. Any comment on that, Mr. Lee?
No comment. Your Honor.
All right. All right, that's all for the record in all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those files. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
I'm gonna put those aside, do all the notes on those. But that is a chunk that we can. All right, Ms. Lopez, you can unmute. We'll call your files. All right, Ms. Lopez, you can unmute. And I saw there you go. We'll call your files next.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-011-1770, 24-01770, and 24-02216, and the accompanying tickets of 24L2873372, 24L2873373, 24L2880741, and 24L2880742. Appearances for the record of Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Antoinette Lopez.
And ma'am, you are Antoinette Lopez, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Ms. Lopez?
Yeah, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on these matters. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will defer to Public Defender's Office, Mr. Lee, for a request.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, Ms. Lopez has investigated the driver license situation and has discovered that she has to start at the beginning of the process and get her driver permit. She did, in fact, she reports that she did get insurance and registration on her previous vehicle, the one that was originally involved in this incident. I have asked her to forward those proofs to me, and she has assured me that she will do that and obtain her driver's permit if she is allowed one more adjournment.
All right, I'm a little skeptical because of the amount of tickets that are, but if Ms. Lopez, what I'm willing to do is set it for final pretrial, and that'll give us that'll give Ms. Lopez some time to get her to investigate her driver's license matters, but I think, but there's a wealth of tickets here, 4 and then 2 files. So let's set for final pretrial without pretrial date. We'll set for final pretrial, and I would say about 30 days out.
That sounds good.
Set for final pretrial on
October 22nd at 8:30.
October 22nd at 8:30. Set for final October 8:30, and then due to the nature of the final pretrial and the scheduled adjournment, I don't think we need any witnesses here for that, for the final pretrial. Okay. All right. So, Ms. Lopez, your final pretrial has been set on October 22nd at 8:30. So you should have any paperwork advanced to Mr. Lee by that date. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2401-770, 2402-2216, or the accompanying tickets, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
Right, you're all set, Ms. Lopez. Thank you for your appearance today.
Yep, thank you. Have a good day.
You too. All right, I'm gonna keep that one because I got notes on that one. We have Miss Kill is on and Mr. Zavala is on. Who's the attorney? Would the person with a moniker attorney please identify themselves?
That's me, Your Honor. I might be loaning my computer to Mr. Lee, so I wanted him to have
All
the
right,
ability and not confuse anyone.
Perfect. All right.
Yeah, I might as well.
Your Honor, we'd be
All right, so we're on the record in dockets 24L2885643, 24L2885651, 24L2885641, and 42. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Noel Alvarez.
And sir, you are Noel Alvarez, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Nice. I was missing one, but. All right, Mr. Gehring, this is Mr. Alvarez, this is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding from the cities?
Your Honor, we'd be requesting an adjournment for compliance purposes.
And how many days what's the framework of the request?
I believe, Your Honor, he's going to be working on an insurance and registration issue specifically, so I would hope 30 days would work, but I'll leave that to Mr. Lee if he thinks something else.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Yes, I think 30 days would be reasonable. Your Honor.
Right. So for right, we'll set for an adjournment of the pretrial for compliance purposes. We set it for 30 days out at October 22nd at 9:30. So, Mr. Alvarez, keep in contact with Mr. Lee. We've reset this for October 22nd at 9:30, so you can get any paperwork you need to him by that time, all right? All right. Anything else for the record in any one of these 24L2885643, 5141, or 42, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Alvarez. Thank you.
be honest, I wasn't paying attention. I thought they were just giving me like the fine. Oh, just because you have a couple files, so you get notice for every file.
There's Mr. Alvarez. And we can probably call our 11:30 show. For those. Yep. Come in. Those are rhetorical questions. All right, so we're on the record in docket 21 L2683681. That is the city of Lansing versus Carlos de Leon. Was set for show cause at 11:30 today. It is now 12:09. I do not see a Mr. De Leon in the Zoom courtroom or the physical courtroom.
Wait, Judge, he was here.
He was here?
Mr. Lee took
He
him
just took him out.
Oh, I didn't have him as represented.
for a show cause.
Why would he be represented for show cause?
Oh,
There's two Mr. Dealey on
yeah.
the docket. I'm
There's a
sorry.
Juan and a Carlos.
Okay.
This is Carlos.
Okay, I'm sorry, Judge.
So he does have Juan De Leon.
Yes, he does.
That is set, that was previously set for okay. So this is Carlos De Leon on docket 21 L2683681. I do not see anybody, the name of Carlos De Leon, set for show cause on an outstanding ticket to the city of Lansing. And this was set for 11:30. It's now 12:09. It would appear the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause. And a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued. That's all for the record on docket 21 L2683681. Make it so.
I was like, I do have the wrong one because I just had a copy today.
Let me see. Oh, no, it's not. He's going pretty fast.
Oh, okay.
All right, I get it. You did absolutely 134 last night. Oh, you don't see that usually. Usually turns into a careless. All right, and then we're on the record in docket T0025866268. That is City of Lansing versus Camille Gentry. This was scheduled for 11:30. It is now 12:12. I do not see Camille Gentry in the Zoom courtroom. There's nobody in the physical courtroom. So it appears that Camille Gentry has failed to appear for the show cause concerning an outstanding debt for a ticket to the city of Lansing. And a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued for her fail to appear. And that's all for the record in T0025866268. record in docket 22 L274 9581 82 and 83. That is the City of Lansing versus Eldon Hall. Will the parties on, this is the time set for a show cause on, looks like 3 outstanding tickets, separate tickets to the City of Lansing, all motor vehicle violations. This was scheduled for 11:30. Now 12:14. Do not see an Eldon Hall in the Zoom courtroom or in the physical courtroom. Go to fear the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause on these 3 files. And so the court will issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture on all 3 files for the fail to appear. And that is all for the record in 22 L27495 81 82 and 83. Those are those 3. Two. So those 3. Now let's put some of this together. We have Boyd and Beard left.
White will be an FTA.
All right, we can call it. We have Mr. DeLeon, who I know Mr. Lee's meeting with.
Yeah.
Mr. Williams. Tracy Esch. Harris.
And he's meeting with Harris, but the Harris one is a little strange because one of them he's got an attorney for. It's 2 completely separate issues. A traffic issue and then a R&O, and he's got an attorney for one and then PD for the other. And he's telling me that his attorney hasn't appeared, Mr. Rucker.
Right. That's between him and his attorney.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're aware that there could be some weirdness.
All right. Then there's Mr. Zavala.
Oh, Mr. Zavala is here.
He's been on Zoom for quite a while.
Jeez, okay.
Do we still have a separate one?
This afternoon. We have, what were you looking for?
Or Jason, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Yeah,
I
those are
just lost a little
Brown,
bit of track over here.
Enos, Love, sentencing, and again. And the civil stuff. And then listen, Mr. Gearing, I have a ticket that was written that you might want to do a little investigation on.
Okay.
It looks like it was written by LPD for a minor.
Okay.
And so it went forward, but it was filed with both the city and the minor. And so we received this from the referee indicating that they're going forward with a minor case. This is what we received. You might want to see what the city wants to do with that.
Okay, this is my copy. I can.
No, that was a court's copy. I just wanted to show you
Take
that.
some notes.
We can make a copy of it.
Okay.
Let's make a copy. Megan, if you can make a copy of that, that probation, that was for I think what happened was that the police officer filed the ticket with both the city and the juvenile authorities. So there's 2 tickets out there.
Okay, for the same offense.
For the
So we
same
need to see-
offense.
Yeah, and they want to move forward on the juvenile, so
And
we need to get rid of.
she pretty much said we're going forward. on it. Yeah.
We'll get rid of our side.
So yeah, you, just as long as you're aware of that, and then.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. that's-
Only need the sheet.
Just that one.
Yeah, I think only the front auto give me everything I need to get it.
And maybe the ticket.
Yeah, probably smart too.
Probably defaulted because the probation. Because they thought they were answering the ticket with the juvenile court.
But never did with Lansing. and-
Right, and then so they were defaulted, so there's a default ticket, so.
and it never should have been in 2 spots.
Yep.
So if you do choose to do an alley, you would also need to please include the language set aside the default.
Okay.
And it's, I know it seems silly to actually have to write the words, but trust me.
No
the words
problem.
are
Yep, no,
needed. The words are
But
needed.
look into that.
Yeah, I'll get an email, which I will forward to you.
I put that aside just because I thought you'd be the one to look into that to see. And then the officer, I know what he did. He just covered all his bases and then you end up with 2 tickets. So he's got to pick a lane.
Got it.
No, it was something we needed to talk to Mr. Gearing about,
Yeah.
just because it was an
Yeah, we
unusual circumstance.
kind of
that I
put it
could not
aside.
Format into an email that made sense. So I'm going to hold on to it, Megan, and wait Mr. Gearing's decision on that.
And I'll try to get that handled ASAP.
All right, that's.
Thank you. I always give myself a little reminder in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I appreciate that too, because sometimes I can.
I have a whole desk of 2 weeks.
Really, it doesn't become worrisome in the criminal realm or in the ticket realm. It's the civil realm when they forget their paperwork. They don't follow up, and then we end up with a case that is on a non-progress docket, and we're all electronic file. So really, they just go into this queue, and then we got to pull it out of queue and say, we don't have anything. And they're like, we need something. I'm like, well, the lawyer, so it just,
Yeah.
it just turns into a problem because there's no follow-up with the paperwork. That's probably, I think, the biggest civil issue is the follow-up with the paperwork. I'm gonna do Lopez. Compliance.
Oh, I think I should even call. You thought the files on both ends coming your way, Megan. Sorry, I just have to notice to send out the files.
She didn't mention.
And after that, we'll get all the Word files or all the Rodney, yeah.
No, just writing the DFTA, the initial.
No, I'm fine. We set that for on Miss Lopez.
10:22. At 8:30, I believe we set it for final.
And then one Lopez. All these were in the file.
Yeah, we tried to, if there is a file to go along with the ticket.
Right, initial stop.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Excuse me, just.
Judge,
so they're all
excuse me, I'm
together.
taking
Oh,
up.
great. Take care, Mr. Vasquez.
If you manage to get it done, I'm gonna run right back in here. Okay.
Mr. Gearing, were you ever able to get the restitution? You haven't left the courtroom, never mind.
What's that?
I was gonna ask you about the restitution sheet from, I think it was Mr. Weiss early this morning, but you haven't gone anywhere to get that information.
Oh, well, Mr. Weiss was dismissed since it was the other one.
The other
and-
one, okay.
And that's what he's literally doing right now. He's gonna go
Oh.
out there and call her
Oh,
because
is
we
he?
know she has a new address.
Great,
He's calling her to get that and he's gonna come right back with that pink sheet, hopefully.
great. Anytime we're doing restitution, the clerks demand the pink sheet.
Yeah, and I will absolutely, and I'd have had it ready to go, except she happened to mention she had a new address.
Totally understandable.
Like,
And
oh,
if you have to do it on the fly or a little behind, no worries.
It's done on the fly once in a while.
yeah,
No
and that
worries.
was, I was getting ready to fill it out, and then when she said that, I was like, Martin, we go give her a call.
Yeah, it's just. For a court that's trying to go paperless, we sure generate some extra. paper.
Right, I can imagine what a not paperless effort would even look like.
Oh, excuse me.
02378. That is City of Lansing versus Latoya Hill. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Latoya Hill.
And ma'am, you are Latoya Hill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Ms. Hill?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
Your Honor, this was a driving while license suspended. We're going to ask for an adjournment for compliance purposes.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
Set it about 30 days.
That sounds reasonable, sir.
So 30-day adjournment.
October 22nd at 9.
All right, Ms. Hill, we've adjourned this matter to October 22nd at 9:30. Please provide any paperwork that might need to be advanced to the city's attorney's office, to Mr. Lee from the public defender's office. This has been adjourned for 30 days. All right, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2402-378, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hill, thank you for your appearance today. You're all set.
Thank you.
Go with Juan de Leon.
All right, so we're on the record in a docket 24 L2877981, 982, and 983. That is the City of Lansing versus Juan de Leon. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Juan de Leon.
And sir, you are Juan de Leon, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in these three matters. How are we proceeding, Mr. Gehring?
Well, Your Honor, we had adjourned this matter previously for compliance purposes. It does not appear as though Mr. De Leon is going to be successful on the license issue. So we have agreed to drop the 2 civil infractions, disobeying signal and no insurance, and he will plead guilty to the failure to display misdemeanor.
All right, and that's a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so it would be a plea to the file, which is a fail to display the ops. All right, and the fail to display ops as the potential punishment of, I'm not sure what it is. It's 92 days.
90 days and $100 is what I have.
Okay, 90 days and or $100 with a plea. Is that your understanding, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. May I inquire of Mr. De Leon of his advice of rights on the misdemeanor plea to fail to display ops?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. De Leon, you understand you have the following rights in this case. I'm going to walk you through those rights. All right. This fail to display ops is punishable by 90 days and or $100. You have the following jury trial rights in this matter. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the City of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir? You have the right to have the court order any witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've stated here on the record, or threats that was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor of failing to display an operator's license in this file. Is it your intent today to waive those jury trial rights and plead to the fail to display misdemeanor?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll bring your attention, please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, sir.
Bringing your attention back to July 20th of 2024, at the location of Cedar and Long in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Cedar and Long in the city of Lansing on July 20th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, were you pulled over by the Lansing Police
Yes,
Department?
sir.
And at that time, did you fail to display a valid license?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
Any comment on immediate sensing, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city.
All right, Mr. Lee?
We would appreciate immediate.
All right. I will confirm that this will go to immediate sentencing. So immediate sentencing. We'll do the no jail as a part of this. I will do a $50 fine, $50 cost, $75 crime victims' rights fee, $50 state fee, for a grand total of $225. To the city of Lansing. I will not order probation in this matter. And does your client need some time to make that $225 payment to the city of Lansing?
30 days, Your Honor.
All right, 30 days. All right, so we'll set it for 30 days out for payment. That would be October 24th. So you'll have till October 24th to pay off the entire amount owed. And then in accordance with the plea agreement, I will dismiss the 2 civil infractions. I'll dismiss both the civil infractions. Anything else for the record on any three of these files, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. De Leon, do you have any questions of me today?
No, sir.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. And this is Mr.
Mr. Harris should be next.
Harris.
Yeah, we were dealing specifically with the 2 tickets. I think we want to bifurcate the 3 issues.
All right.
Completely because we have 2 different counsel.
All right. So this is the public defender. This would be 286228. Make sure because I see. So 22. Put them all.
2282 and 2321 is what I have.
Yeah. I have 2282 and 2321. And then on file, that's different than 02025, is that correct?
Correct. That's an entirely separate matter.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24 L28622282 and 24 L28622321. That is the city of Lansing versus Deshar Harris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Deshar Divine Harris.
And sir, you are Deshar Divine Harris, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, the bulk of the traffic offenses are with respect to insurance plate and unregistered vehicle. We're going to ask for 30 days, an adjournment of probably 30 days for compliance purposes.
Mr. Lee.
That is accurate, Your Honor.
We'll adjourn for 30 days for compliance. And we will set for the adjournment on
August 22nd, I'm sorry, October 22nd at 9.
October 22nd at 9:30. All right, Mr. Harris, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Lee. We've reset this pretrial for October 22nd at 9:30. All right, sir? Anything else for the record in docket 24 L286-2322 24 L286-2282 or 21, Mr. Gearing?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you should be all set on that. I'll see you on October 22nd. All right, thank you. And then, Mr. Gearing, did you want to go on the other case?
I would like to make a record, Your Honor.
All right. All right. And who's the attorney on the other case?
It should be an individual named Jack Rucker, but Mr. Harris is here with his father. They've indicated that Mr. Rucker is not here.
All right, so let's go ahead and call that case. So we're on the record in docket 23-02025. That is the City of Lansing versus Jashar Harris. Mr. Gearing, your appearance for the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring, appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And sir, you are Jashar Harris, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've heard some discussions. Well, Mr. Rucker, who you look to retain as counsel, is not here on this case. Is that correct? All right. Mr. Gearing, did you want to make a record?
Yes, Your Honor. It appears that they have retained Mr. Rucker as counsel. He is not here. The city would not oppose an adjournment if that's, something the court would entertain, so that can get sorted out. I don't have any familiarity with Mr. Rucker, but I know that Mr. Harris has endeavored to have counsel and should probably have the opportunity to have counsel here with him.
And so that's your understanding, Mr. Harris, that you have retained Mr. Rucker, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what's Mr. Rucker's full name?
Jack Rucker.
Jack Rucker.
I haven't seen anything of a withdrawal. I don't know if.
Yeah, and we haven't seen an appearance by Mr. Rucker.
Okay.
Oh, do we have an appearance by Mr. Rucker? I have a Rucker as attorney, but I don't have an appearance in the file. So I don't know how we got the name.
And exactly, and I can't figure I've got the name other than he's either reached out to our office at some point or we have something for him.
And on our notice to appear, it's Mr. Rucker. Is that
Correct.
out of Lansing, Michigan, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, so whatever's been filed, I do have the public defender was previously on the case.
Yeah, and they had a conflict because they represent another defendant in that same incident.
So I have no I don't have a problem with the adjournment.
Appearance was filed on April 2nd by Mr. Rucker.
April 2nd.
This was an incident from February of last year.
February, March, April, okay.
Yeah, February of 23, I think he.
All right, so he filed an
24.
appearance in April, in February of 20.
He
April
filed an
20.
appearance in April of 24, Wendy,
Yes.
All right,
so a year and 2 months later.
all right. So this is what we need. We do have an appearance. We need Mr. Rucker's appearance here. We're going to adjourn the pretrial since you've already reached out and retained a lawyer. Then that's a good thing. I mean, he should be here to represent you. But so we'll adjourn this pretrial for that date to make sure he comes in. And he has an opportunity to speak with Mr. Gehring concerning this matter. So we'll adjourn the pretrial. I would think 2 to 4 weeks would be.
That would be fine.
How about I just set down the same
Okay.
time? So
Yeah.
October 22nd and 9:30.
October 22nd at 9:30 for the adjourned pretrial. And then if you have any contact with Mr. Rucker, make sure he's here on that date and he contacts the city attorney. Anything else for the record in 23-02025, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris, do you have any questions of me? All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. We might have a bunch of FTAs too.
Yeah.
Well, first, I've already come through your term since you got.
Is that Mr. Zavala?
So, I'm ordered, I'm in back order. You know, but I'm giving my number. So you can call me. Let me give you that number.
There's no Raymond Day, you folks start.
Full hour.
That I am.
Oh, we got it.
I guess maybe the bench warrants.
Want to do on, and I think we have Mr. Zavala still
You talking?
on the Zoom.
Is he here?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's up to-
All right. So let's do the bench warrants first. And then, well, Mr. Zavala's been waiting, so let's. Yeah. See, he's on Zoom now, so you might have to set up. So, Mr. Zavala, I'm going to place you in a room with your public defender, and then we'll put your case on the record. All right, sir? You have to
All right, thank you
unmute.
so much. Yes, thank you
All
so
right.
much.
All right. So I'm going to place you in room 1. You should get a prompt to go to room 1. And then is he joining? So, Mr. Zavala, you can go to room 1. You should get a prompt on your screen to go to room 1. All right, so Mr. Lee. I'm not gonna, he's,
Yeah,
we'll just adjourn that.
yeah.
He's been here. I know he's been here.
Yeah, he definitely was here and
All right, Mr. Lee, Mr. Zavala, I don't know what happened with Mr. Zavala, because he's been here a while, but we're just gonna adjourn that pre-trial for another day.
Okay,
He was here, and then, I was gonna put him in room 1 with you, and it didn't, I don't know what happened. I don't know. It makes sense that something might have died on him because all of a sudden he was here, then he wasn't. But we'll adjourn that. So I'm going to call that. So and then if he shows up, we can move him till this afternoon, or as we'll be here this afternoon. But
okay.
let's go on the record in docket. Let me find him. Oh, gosh.
John, let's make sure we talk about this one because if he can get this fixed, I'll drop this.
He's under 10 o'clock.
Okay, absolutely.
I mean, I'll get rid of this whole thing if he just gets this all fixed between now and the adjournment date.
I don't, oh, he's on the top of the second
That's very
page.
reasonable. I'll let him know.
All right, so we're on record in docket 24 L2882611. That's the City of Lansing versus Juan Zavala. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Juan Carlos Zavala.
All right, and for the record, Mr. Zavala was here for some period of time, and then we had some technological difficulties. Is there any objection to the court adjourning this for a subsequent pretrial because we know he was here?
Not at all, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lee, I'm assuming you have no objection to that.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll adjourn the pretrial. We'll set it a couple weeks out, or
10:22.
okay,
10 o'clock.
10:22 at 10 o'clock. So we'll re-notify Mr. Zavala if he shows up. We'll tell him it's been adjourned, but it's been adjourned to October 22nd at 10 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 24 L2882611, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so that's all for the record on that. And then, Mr. Lee, I don't know if you want to do the bench warrants from here, or you can just do it, stay where you're at.
Might as well just do it from right here, Your Honor.
All right. All right, I have Mr. Boyd first, is that right?
Yes.
All right, I think that's. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-02274. That is the City of Lansing versus Cedric Boyd. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Cedric Boyd.
All right, this was set for 9 o'clock. It is now 12:58. It would appear that Mr. Boyd has not joined us. He's not in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. How would the city like to proceed?
Well, Your Honor, we do have a prior FTA on this matter, so we would be asking for a bench warrant.
All right. Any comment on that, Mr. Lee?
No comment, Your Honor.
All right. For the failed to appear, a bench warrant and bond forfeitures issued. And that's all for the record in 23-02274. And let's go on 24-01383. That is the City of Lansing versus Jason Bird. For the parties, so 24-01383. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jason Bird.
Right, this was scheduled for 9 o'clock. It is now 12:59. I do not see a Jason Bird in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. It would appear that Mr. Bird has failed to appear for his pretrial, City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Gearing, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, it would appear that this is the first failure to appear in this matter. We would ask for a bench warrant, probably with a 48-hour hold.
All right. Any comment on that, Mr. Lee?
I think that would be appropriate, Your Honor.
All right. The court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold for the defendant's fail to appear. And we'll do Mr. Williams.
That's the next one on my list.
All right, perfect. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01661. That is the City of Lansing versus Lee Bonte Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Lee Bonte Williams.
Right, this was set for 9:30 and it is now 1:01. It would appear that Mr. Lee Bonte Williams is not in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Gearing, how would you like to proceed?
Well, Your Honor, I'm a little disappointed with this one. We worked out an agreement where he was going to take a basic driver improvement course and then report back. His failure to appear today, I guess we're going to have to ask for a bench warrant.
All right, Mr. Lee, any comment on that?
That is correct. That was our understanding. He does have a felony case pending. I don't know if that had any impact on his ability to appear today. I would ask the court to consider a 48-hour notice so that I can follow up on that.
Okay, I do have a note indicating that at least at arraignment he was homeless, but we'll issue with a. I don't have a previous fail to appear, and he's been here twice before, so I'll issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold, and then if that goes to warrant, he's had his 48-hour hold to get in touch with Mr. Lee. Anything else? So that's all for the record on 24-01661. Then I have Mr. Esch. I have a 24-2328. I have
Esch.
And then I have a ticket, the corresponding ticket. Mr. Lee, do you have Mr. Esch?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02328 and corresponding ticket of 24L2884981. That is the City of Lansing versus Tracy Esch. Appearances for the record, Mr. Gearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring appearing on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Tracy Neal S.
All right, this was scheduled for 10 o'clock today. It is now 1:03. And it would appear that I do not see a Tracy Esch in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. It would appear that Mr. Esch has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Gearing, how would you like to proceed?
We would be requesting a bond at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Lee, any comment?
I would ask for a 48-hour hold, Your Honor. I do show that the client called our office. I don't know what about, but I would like to follow up with him.
All right, thank you. Based on some communications, Mr. Esch, and I don't have a previous fail to appear, a bench warrant and bond forfeiture will be issued with a 48-hour hold. And that's all for the record in 24-0328, an accompanying ticket of 24L2884981. And then I have a Levine. Is it a Benjamin Levine? And I don't have an appearance on that. I don't think.
I don't. Levine.
Okay, so let's do Morehart, because I
Morehart
know,
would be the one.
yeah, I know Mr. Lee's here on Faith Morehart. All right, so we're on the record in 24-01942. That's people of the city of Lansing versus Faith Morehart. Appearances for the record, Mr. Gearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Faith Morehart.
All right, this pretrial was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 1:05. It would appear I do not see a Faith Morehart in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the city of Lansing pretrial. How would you like to proceed, Mr. Gearing?
We would ask for a bench warrant at this time, Your
Honor. Mr. Lee, any comment?
Your Honor, I am not quite certain as to what happened. She has appeared before on a state case, and I believe I was expecting her today. So a 48-hour note hold would be appreciated, but we understand the bench warrant.
All right, it is an assault and battery on which places it in the court's discretion. I don't have a previous fail to appear. Mr. Gearing, you have any position on the 48-hour hold?
The city takes no position.
Okay. I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. And that's all for the record in 24-01942. So, Mr. Lee, you should be all set, and we have one that is pro per.
Okay.
So
thank you, Your Honor. I'll see you this afternoon.
All right,
Hey, John.
we'll see you in about 25 minutes.
Oh, you'll be back here in a little bit? All right, let's get
Yes,
together
sir.
on one case I want to speak with you with real quick. I want to correct an error that I made with you.
Okay, sure.
Thanks.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02369. That is City of Lansing versus Benjamin Levine. This is the time set for a pretrial in the City of Lansing pretrial. Appearances for the record, Mr. Gearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
All right, this is the time set for as previously indicated, a pretrial was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 1:07. It would appear Mr. Levine is not in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. It would appear that he's failed to appear for the City of Lansing pretrial. This is a trespass ticket. Mr. Gearing, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I will say that I don't have this case on the docket copy that I have. Just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with that. The one I'm looking at it only has 2 for Crystal Bird, Latoya Hill, Faith Morehart, and Christopher Witt at 10:30.
All right, we have those, and then we have a Benjamin Levine.
Okay.
At 10:30.
His failure to appear, obviously, Your Honor, we would look at a bench warrant at this time.
Let me see. Let me make sure you got notice. Mine is blank.
Are in Zoom, they don't. NTA.
Yeah, because my notice to appear is blank, but it says via Zoom, see attached instructions.
Yeah, that's the
And
clerk's
and
setup.
I don't have any attached instructions.
We don't keep the Zoom information in the file with.
But I have via Zoom for arraignment, but I do have that.
How was that last name spelled? Levine?
Labean.
So that was for the arraignment,
Yep,
and then the pretrial one was blank.
yep. So that's the arraignment. It has the date, and then the pretrial one was.
Well, that's not helpful. I don't know what they did.
So I'm a little worried about setting it for a traditional. He has no priors. Let's do it with a 48-hour hold.
Do you just want to reschedule it if he wasn't given?
I just don't know, because you just told me that he was.
Well, they would have given it to him, but if there's no numbers on it, it would have done any good. I don't know that they would have caught that it didn't.
So he's not given notice by Zoom.
He was given notice, but since it's blank, he wouldn't have known when to appear. The clerk didn't check to make sure the date populated.
That's what I was,
So just.
that's what, let's reset it.
Let's reset it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And I don't even have it on the copy.
Right.
I probably just have an older copy of the docket. I just.
Let's reset it. So let's reset for pretrial. So we'll adjourn and reset for pretrial based on some notice indication. Let's reset for
October 22nd at 10.
October 22nd at 10 o'clock. All right. So we're all set on Levine. Mr. Gearing, you get about 20 minutes for lunch.
I appreciate.
Maybe a little bit more.
I appreciate the 20 minutes.
And this is on Mr. Oh, then we had a full morning.
That was quite the morning. We all earned our paychecks.
Yes, we did.
today. For Lee especially. I don't envy.
Yeah,
57 of them and.
in and out,
50
in
of
and
them
out.
Talk
Yeah.
to him and.
That's, that's the nature of it.
Yeah.
Mr. Zabalia did email me and I told him when his next.
All right.
Reset to, and he said he tried to connect and it wouldn't let. him
All right, that
reconnect.
makes sense.
So I just let him know that we reset it.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit.
I will go grab some food and be back down.
Okay.
Holy smokes. I was ready to do that, but thank you. I had to stand up and make sure my feet were gonna go in the direction I wanted them. Worry about that too.
All right, so Ms. Gonzalez and Mr. Henley, you're both here for your 230 case involving Hildebrandt Park Apartments. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then Ms. Holtzman, are you here on that case?
Yes, correct, Your Honor.
All right. Since I have everybody here, I can pull that case up. 601. All right, let's go ahead and call that case on docket 2406019. That's Hildebrandt Park Apartments versus Maribel Gonzalez and John Henley. Appearances for the record, Ms. Tolzman.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Alex Tolzman appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
And then, sir, you are John Henley, is that correct? You have to unmute.
Yes.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Henley?
Yes, sir.
All right. And ma'am, you are Maribel Gonzalez, is that correct? And you'll have to unmute.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. This is the time set for a formal hearing in the matter. This was, so Ms. Tolzman, have you had the opportunity to speak with Mr. Henley or Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes, we spoke at the last hearing and I spoke with them after that first hearing as well. We have a conditional dismissal. The terms just need to be placed on the record.
Right. All right. So let's go ahead and place. So you have the terms of conditional dismissal. Did you want to place anything on the record?
Yes, I will. Defendants will pay the following on or before September 30th, 2024. There's rent due of $4,579 due through the time period ending September 30th, 2024. Court costs of $177.04 for a total outstanding balance of $4,756.04. 4B is check. This action may proceed without further notice to the defendant. And 7 is check. Partial payment will not prevent the issuance of an order of eviction. That agreement is signed by Ms. Gonzalez, Mr. Henley, and myself.
All right. Have you already filed that e-file, or do you plan to file it in the next afternoon or tomorrow?
I did file it already. It got rejected, so I will refile it today.
All right. Thank you. And Mr. Henley and Ms. Gonzalez, is there anything that Ms. Tolzman placed on the record that you were not in agreement with or was not a part of your agreement that you signed?
No.
Mr. Henley?
No.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Mr. Henley?
No.
All right. You understand that you have 3 days from today's date, because you are not represented by counsel, to indicate that something we did here was vague or ambiguous, or you didn't understand it. Do you understand that, Mr. Henley?
Yes.
Do you understand that, Ms. Gonzalez?
Yes.
All right. Since the conditional dismissal is already signed, you're not looking for any type of authorization to sign it. Is that correct, Ms. Tolzman?
Yes, correct. They both electronically signed that document on the 12th of September.
All right, perfect. All right. So I will await the order to follow. For my signature. Anything else for the record in docket 2406019, Ms. Tolzman?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Henley or Ms. Gonzalez, do you have any questions of me?
No.
Ms.
No.
Gonzalez? All right. Thank you for your appearance today. You're all set. I will await the order to sign. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.